Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, all those present here in the room and those who will be following our stream today, it is an honor for me to welcome you to this conference. The conference has a very serious topic: prison and imprisonment. Prison is still a place which many people perceive as a place where the society puts aside its members who have failed and who are unworthy. However, during this conference, we will be mostly speaking about making prisons a place so that those who have gotten there through various ways could begin their journey towards the outside. I had an opportunity to listen to an English colleague at a conference some years ago who considered the ways of seeing and perceiving the world of the so-called kind and good people from the world of the others, strangers who are basically not looking at the world in a good way, in giving a similarity to Gothic novels where people live in various basements and other places. This sort of contrast still survives in ways that help us to come to terms with ways of the world. How can we apply this perception to seeing those who have been punished, those who are convicted, where these people somehow are part or connected with those dungeons and cellars where decent people have nothing to do? But in cases of those who reside there, it's okay because they belong there. There are, of course, convicts that are so serious that their separation from society is appropriate, but nonetheless, it shouldn't mean that they are they belong to such a world. However, the punishment should not only be a punishment to their complete separation, but it should also lead them to a better life in line with restorative justice. I would like to remind us of words whose author has probably said it better than myself. We feel that the crime is resolved by catching the culprit and punishing them without giving sufficient attention to the victim who is left in this situation. However, it would be a mistake to understand imprisonment only as a punishment and lead it to growth of violence and other situations. Such approaches would cause even more difficult situation. These are words from a letter from Pope Francis that he sent to the International Congress of Penal Law in Latin American Society of Criminal Law and Criminology, and I would like to quote some more from this letter. If the culprit does not receive sufficient assistance and if they are not offered a possibility to look at their deed, they will end up as a victim of the system. Justice has to be done, but real justice cannot be limited only on punishing the culprit. You need to go further and do whatever is possible to change the the culprit, to make them realize what they did and lead them to change their lives, and not rather to go deeper into the bad life. These are good words that are appropriate to criminological knowledge. We know very well how difficult it is to fulfill these, but all the more all those who are focusing on such efforts today and tomorrow, we will have an opportunity to learn from their knowledge and experience. At this point, I would like to give the floor to the guests who will be opening this conference. The first will be Colonel Blahník from the prison in Ralskem. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I would like to excuse the absence of General Simon Michailidis, who could not be present for his work reasons. However, the fact that I can replace him here today is an honorable duty, because the cooperation with Prison Fellowship International I've understood always as a very serious and very beneficial topic. It has been a cooperation that focuses on specific people who have difficulties that have brought them all the way to prison. It is a great honor for me to greet you here today at a meeting that serves an important space for the strengthening of the cooperation between the military service of the Czech Republic and Prison Fellowship International. The cooperation organizations and the non-governmental sector are always part of the society, and together they can focus on their reintegration into regular life. They support our efforts of successful resocialization, re-entry into society. The military service of the Czech Republic commemorates 30 years of its existence. In the years past, the prison sector was on the edge of social interest, and it was also part of the political repressive system. This unfortunate heritage has already been dealt with. We managed to get rid of it, and now we are in a phase of closer approximation with education, healthcare, social care, safety, etc. And this is where I need to remind us of the broad possibilities of prison work, because it involves all of these areas. This requests the involvement of various experts in various disciplines, and places great emphasis on the internet connection. Our society is very conservative when it comes to prison societies and prison institutions, plainly stating eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, without considering whether an effort for straightening out of one's paths might be better. The policy that tries to make the paths straighter and decrease the number of prisoners should be more efficient, and should interconnect the care in the prisons with the period of leaving prisons. Annually, over 10,000 people leave prisons, and accompanying people who leave prison is not within the competency of the prison service. It is indispensable for people who cooperate with the prison service to help the prisoners and the released in their re-entry into usual life, that is housing, renewing their social relationships, these are indispensable conditions into the re-entry of successful life. The efforts of the NGO sector and PFI in particular are indispensable in providing the care and providing the existential possibilities to those who are undergoing this demanding reintegration process.
It takes years or decades to fix things. Since 2010, and even today, the International Prison Fellowship operates in all our prisons, and I'm glad that this conference will show us new possibilities of working with the convicted. We'll hear experience from abroad, and sharing experience and verified procedures, that's something that helps us to improve our methods and access to resocialization of the convicts. This cooperation and open dialogue help not only the released prisoners, but also contribute to enforcing the whole system of the justice and prison care. The prison service of the Czech Republic implements many projects at the moment, and these document its openness to the general public and its ambition to be part of the social system. It's like project of open prisons that prepares the convicted before the end of their sentence to come back to the society and suppressing the dangerous factors. And we are currently building a new prison in this style for women. I could name other projects that are ongoing or being prepared. But this is the topic of these 2 days and this conference. And I believe that this conference will bring new inspiration and ideas. Our common share may open door to new possibilities and chance for those who want to start new life after their release. So once again, to people from the International Prison Fellowship, I want to thank you for your work and dedication. Thank you. I want to thank the director of the Czech Prison Service, and now Dr. Petr Dohnal, the director of the Ministry of Justice, the top chief of Inspectorate and Control Department. So good morning from me as well, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues. First, I'd like to say hello on behalf of our Minister of Justice, who took auspices over this conference, and he's sending his regards. At the same time, I want to thank Gabina Kabatová and the whole International Prison Fellowship for organizing this event. And also for their really great activity that they provide to people in need. We live in uneasy times, times of social, economic, and also existential insecurities. And for this reason, the activities of the International Prison Fellowship and similar organizations, altruistic, love-giving organizations, it's very needed. And it's really, they deserve a great credit for that. I read the names of or titles of contributions, and there were terms like restorative justice, love, and others. And that's exactly the topics that are in this modern prison business important topics. And I would say for developing or linked with a famous quotation of former British Premier Winston Churchill that I personally agree with. He said, "Show me your prisons and I will tell you what society you are. Restorative justice is a modern justice that tries to heal, correct, build up the damaged relationships, and to present justice policy and prison in other ways than how they were presented up to now, frequently. I know that many contributions will be very particular or personal. They will touch the new modern things of modern prisonship. So I don't want to go for details, because I know that tomorrow there will be this contribution that I want to mention, but I will mention another one, at least briefly. I was really lucky that, being a director at that time, the general director of the prison service back in 2017, I was present when the first open prison was established in Jiřice. And that's a prison that tries to present a prisonship in a modern way, a different way, corrective, rectifying way, and helping way. A sort of inspiration came from Norway and their open prison on the Bastøy Island, and a similar, well, this was built on similar principles. It wasn't easy at the beginning just to push this new philosophy through. The rather conservative standard here in the Czech Republic opposed it. It wasn't easy. We met bias that people said that we were building a too comfortable prison. Also thinking of some of our colleagues from the prison ship also didn't believe that this was one of the best ideas, one of the correct ways how to stretch a helping hand, how to incorporate the convicts back in the society without their stigma from a rigid, standard prison environment. Today, 8 years later, I'm really glad, because the open prison does work. It's got excellent results, and we can implement projects there that a few years ago nobody would be willing to believe that something like that could work. There are many of these projects. I'll mention one that spoke to me very much. Many years ago, a colleague contacted my Dr. Pošková, and she said that there is a project called the tiny palm in the hand, which means that the convicts exercise, socialize, and educate future guiding dogs for the blind people. They have these dogs all the time with them. They spend all their free time with these dogs, and this is the best interaction for them. And the interaction, which includes the handover of the dogs to the blind, and they meet the blind. That on one hand there is this convicted person that trained the dog, and on the other hand, or the opposite side, that's the blind person. This feeling of that moment is great. A convict, as a trainer, feels and realizes that he or she can be useful and help someone else in the society, just by contributing in creating a new thing that helps others in otherwise really demanding life and complicated life. And on the other hand, the blind person, the recipient, who could have really biased ideas about convicts, frequently negative ones, also this interaction for them, and they do realize this, because I've been present at several events like that. So they realize that even the convict is a person, a man or woman, that they can do good deeds, they also can help, and then it's worth to help and give a second chance. And this is exactly what the point is, to remove negative stereotypes, to give love and receive love, and the second chance, it's worthwhile. When I mentioned this quotation of the famous Winston Churchill, I'll also finish with a quotation of a German theologist and a philosopher. I say, share it in the original language. Sorry. The key to our hearts is not our wisdom, but our love. Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Dohnal very much for his wise and optimistic words. And now I'd like to welcome, not directly here, but at least online, Andy Curley, the president of the International Prison Fellowship. Vážení hosté, přátelé, je mi ctí přivítat vás.
Sorry this is coming to you as a video message, but due to an unavoidable diary conflict, I can't be with you. As you can see, I'm in front of the Tower of London, an iconic 1,000-year-old prison here in the UK. As I travel around the world, I hear a 1,000-year-old message, or that's what it seems like, which is that our prison systems are not working, they're broken. You're gathered here today because I believe you share the same conviction. There are many reasons why we should want to change this situation. Of course, there's the economic reason. We're looking people up at billions of dollars, billions of pounds, billions of krona, and it's just not working. This is at the lowest level of what I think is important, although it clearly is. The second reason is a sociological reason, which is that 95% of the men and women who are in prison are going to be our neighbours at some point in the future. That demands a better response from society in the way that we deal with those who are in prison. But most of all, I share with Nelson Mandela and Dostoevsky and Winston Churchill a conviction that our civilizations are better when we view the prisoner as having fundamental dignity and worth. This, to me, is the most important thing that a civilized society can do, is to treat men and women in prison well. Last year, I visited Brazil, and I visited prisons that were encapsulating this amazing opportunity with vigor. They were dealing with it with vigor and innovation. They're called APAC prisons. I was amazed to find no guards. I was amazed at the recidivism rate that they were achieving. I was amazed that their cost structure was so economic compared with the common prison system. It gave me great hope. You're going to be hearing from some of my colleagues at this conference about what really works. I'm sure you'll get a much greater insight into the fact that this kind of prison, this restorative prison, can work not just in Colombia, not just in Brazil, but all around the world. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules in order to be with us, in order to be at this conference. Our mission is an important one. It's not going to be solvable by one particular entity or one particular person. It's going to need to have a coalition of willing men and women who both see the need and the opportunity for us to do things better and differently. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for all that you are doing. I hope that your time together will be rich, fruitful, and that you will be inspired to go and work back in your own countries and back in your own areas of opportunity to make prisons better and to break cycles of crime.
Bohužel nemůžeme panu Kerlimu poděkovat přímo, ale myslím, že si naše poděkování za svá slova rozhodně zaslouží. A protože se říká to nejlepší nakonec, tak teď poprosím pultíku paní Gabrielu Kabátovou, výkonnou ředitelku a zakladatelku.
At this point, I would like to ask Gabriela Kabátová, the director of PFI Czech Republic, who is the soul, the heart, and the mover of this organization. Therefore, after Mr. Corley, who certainly deserves our thanks for his words, I would like to ask Miss Gabriela Kabátová for her speech. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very happy that we have met here today. I can see your faces. It has been 10 years, my dream, to organize such a conference. And today, after some time, we have a team large enough in our local MVS that it has become possible. PFI International, and we have not become part of PFI by coincidence. We have been inspired by amazing projects that we heard of from them. And today, we will have the honor to host those who have been dealing with restorative justice for a long time. The system of prisons, whose model is a bit shocking. It was shocking for me when I heard of it the first time, where prisons or prisoners have keys from the whole prison, and there are no guards there. It sounds like a fairy tale. I would like to do an experiment to change our minds, change our thinking. I heard of it during a summit in the year 2019, where we went to Albania to a meeting of European PFI countries, and the experiment can be found also on our website. It concerns learning of monkeys. I apologize for this topic, but imagine a cage with 5 monkeys who are shut down. There's no parallel with prisoners. It's mainly about learning. And there is also a banana on the ceiling in the room, and there's a ladder under the banana. And in the room, there's nothing else, and there's a hose with water. When the monkeys are in the cage, the most courageous of them tries to climb the ladder and catch the banana. At that point, water sprays not only that one monkey, but all of them. They go back. The second and the third monkey tried to do the same. And after that, the stream comes along and they just follow it. And after a long time, the fourth monkey tries to do it. And the same thing happens. But at that time, all of the others are pulling her back, because they've learned that the cold shower ensues. And what happens then is the researchers changed one monkey, and so there are the 4 monkeys who have experienced it and the one that didn't. And once that monkey comes into the cage, and at that point no water is necessary because the others pull her back. And after those monkeys are already pulled and exchanged, and no monkey has the experience with the cold water, and none of them dare to climb the ladder because the others use their experience and prevent the monkey from grabbing the banana. So it's a sort of advantage of nature that each monkey has to have their own experience because the experience is transferred, and it is a learning process that is speeding up. This happens in various corporate societies. I don't know whether MVS happens to do the same. There are things that are not done, and no one really remembers why, but it is not done because there is a certain memory that is saved somewhere and the experience goes on. I think there is a certain comparison possible, that all of us have some stereotypes within us, whether it concerns anything in our lives, and it's difficult to get rid of these stereotypes. It's almost impossible because the fear, the former experience, the experience of former generations will still keep telling us, don't do it, don't try anything new, don't go up the ladder. And what our colleagues from PFI are transferring is, in a certain way, climbing the ladder with a banana without fear. It is something that will seem to us as like, well, it's not done, don't do it. But I would wish to you all to look at things in this way, that the conference should bring something absolutely new, completely new, because we don't have to go, or we don't have to perhaps reach as far as the Brazilian model, but we can definitely draw from it. It is a great honor for me to welcome our guests here today and speak about Czech experience of climbing the ladder, and that we would be able to connect it all for now and for the future. I wish you a very nice time at the conference. Thank you, Gabriela Kabatová. I hope that our efforts and experiments will not be followed by a cold shower too often. It does happen sometimes. And now I would like to also welcome Mr. Ron Nikkel, the President Emeritus of PFI International, who for a certain time has been also the chairman of the Alliance of NGOs in the area of crime prevention and criminal justice, and he will speak of restorative justice.
Good day. My name is Ron Nikkel. Allow me to introduce myself. For more than 40 years, I have been involved with criminal offenders, prisoners, ex-prisoners, crime victims, prisons, and criminal justice officials. During this time, I have met with community and government leaders, as well as prisoners in 135 countries. And I have been inside more than 1,200 prisons. For 35 years, I served as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Prison Fellowship International, and I am now their President Emeritus. For about 8 years, I also served as the chairperson of the United Nations NGO Alliance on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, based in New York. I have also served as a board member or advisor with Advocates International, the International Center for Religion and Diplomacy, the International Association of Volunteers in Criminal Justice, as well as a number of other criminal justice-related organizations. I know the prison world, and over the years I have seen firsthand the tragic failure of society in seeking justice by means of punishing criminal offenders through imprisonment. This is a global reality. Of course, I recognize that we find ourselves trapped in a dilemma. On the one hand, our common sense of justice requires that we cannot simply ignore people who commit offenses and that cause harm to others and threaten public safety. Justice requires that offenders be held responsible and accountable for their irresponsible, destructive, and sometimes violent acts against other people, against property, and against society. And on the other hand, our conventional ways of pursuing justice through the punitive imprisonment of those offenders typically results in greater harm than good. In most countries, the majority of offenders who are imprisoned today will not leave prison as more responsible, more productive members of society who contribute to the well-being of the community. The high rates of reoffending after imprisonment are proof enough of that. Proof that conventional imprisonment is not the answer. So we have a problem. If imprisonment does not remediate or transform the character and behavior of offenders from bad to good in the long term, then why do we continue using conventional imprisonment as if it is the only thing we can do? Now, before I continue any further, let me assure you that I am not a prison abolitionist. I know well enough that the community needs to be protected from violent offenders who need to be restrained. Imprisoning dangerous offenders may keep the community safe for a period of time. But when the offender is released from prison, will that person return to the community better or worse for their experience? We know that imprisonment is not the cure for criminal behavior, and yet we continue to imprison people for all sorts of crimes and expect that somehow prison will do them good and will change them for better. In general, and this is true globally, we rely inordinately on imprisonment and the idea that the worse the offense, the longer and more difficult the terms of imprisonment should be. It has been said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. No matter how many times we do prison, the results will not give us the results that we are looking for. That's insanity. Wherever I go in the world, the results of imprisonment are astonishingly the same. Imprisonment comes with a huge cost and is consistently ineffective. According to prison research by the UN Office of Drugs and Crime in 2020, the recidivism rate in the Czech Republic is 66%. That is, 66% of the people who leave prison will either be rearrested, reoffend, or be reconvicted. According to Rule 4 of the Nelson Mandela Rules on Imprisonment, the purpose of a sentence of imprisonment that deprives a person's liberty is primarily to protect society against crime and to reduce recidivism. However, in practice, the realization of the reduction of recidivism is very limited. The justification for prisons and for punishment in general has been frequently questioned, and in most countries, prisons serve primarily as retribution, that is punishment, incapacitation, that means restricting the prisoner from further actions in the community, and deterrence, that is to cause other peoples to question whether such behavior is good for themselves. If rehabilitation exists at all, it exists in tension with the contradictory nature of the conditions of imprisonment. To be clear, and this is one of my main points here, the problem is not prison conditions, but the conditions of imprisonment. Whether prison conditions are horrific or luxurious, whether they are comfortable or uncomfortable, or whether they are overcrowded or spacious, none of this has any great impact on a human being as being deprived of freedom, isolated from family and community, and being forcibly institutionalized in a culture of negativity. I'm not saying that prison conditions are not important. Of course they are. But good physical conditions in and of themselves do not necessarily produce better and more reliable outcomes. It is the conditions of imprisonment, not prison condition. Let me repeat. The negative impact of imprisonment is not the physical conditions in which a person is confined, but the social, psychological, moral, and spiritual conditions of that confinement. There is nothing more dehumanizing than to be indifferent to someone and to treat another person as invisible and worthless. But that is what we do whenever we remove a person from the community and deprive them of freedom. We sometimes say out of sight and out of mind. And by doing so, we treat offenders as if we are sweeping them under the carpet like dust. The solution to criminality is not better prison conditions, but radically changing the conditions of imprisonment. And this begins with recognizing the humanity and dignity of the person, regardless of what that person may have done or not have done. Crime is a human problem. And when we are dealing with offenders, we are dealing with human beings. Crime is a social problem. It's a problem of the community, not just a problem of the individual. And when we imprison a person, that person is still a member of our community, and we are still responsible for their well-being. They are part of us, and eventually they will return to us. But the question is, in what condition will they return? If we separate ourselves from them and treat them with less respect and less kindness and less compassion, if we don't like them and if we label them as worthless offenders, criminals, evildoers, and if we keep our distance from them, it does neither them nor the community any good. One day I was visiting a very large prison of about 5,800 inmates. Just before he allowed me to meet with a group of prisoners, the prison director was giving me a tour of the institution. He was a stern man, not given to much conversation, all businesslike. As we were walking across one of the prison yards, we came across a dog. Not a guard dog, just an ordinary dog walking across the prison yard. Out of curiosity, I asked the director, "How many dogs are there in this prison?" Immediately he responded and said, 5,800. I have 5,800 dogs in this prison. I was shocked by the implication, but he was simply stating the obvious attitude of so many people toward those who are in prison. To him, as to many in the general public, every offender in prison is regarded as less worthy than a human being, regarded like an animal. How we see people is how we treat people, and how they inevitably think of themselves. There is something known as the Pygmalion effect, that the positive expectations and ways in which we treat people contributes to more positive behavior on their part. But the opposite is also true, that the negative expectations and the negative ways, attitudes we have toward people and treat people, that leads them to acting and behaving more negatively as well. Our expectations of people and how we relate to those people in prison will have a significant impact on them both while they are in prison and certainly when they re-enter the community. We cannot expect that deprivation of liberty and separation from family and community will change people for good. For justice to be accomplished, we must go beyond punishment and beyond the walls of separation to engage offenders within a framework, within a network of supportive, healing relationships, even while they are imprisoned. The cure for criminality, if we can speak of a cure, lies neither in punishment nor in rehabilitation, but in relationship. The reason why Vivian Stern, the English criminologist, describes the conventional use of imprisonment as a sin against the future is because of its destructive relational impact that multiplies through society and multiplies itself intergenerationally. I don't know what you think causes crime, but if you want to cure criminality, you must address the root of the problem. If the problem is under education, or if you think that's the problem, then education should be the cure. It doesn't work. If the problem is lack of work skills, then relevant skills training and work habits should lead us to a cure. But it doesn't. If the problem is unemployment, then providing appropriate employment should lead us to the cure. But it doesn't. If the problem is poverty, then financial aid and financial stability should be the answer. But it isn't. If the problem is a negative social environment, then relocation into a more positive social environment should lead us to a cure. But it doesn't. If the problem is one of a psychosocial nature, then psychosocial therapy and support should lead us to a cure. But it doesn't. If the problem is simply one of addiction, then addiction treatment and support should resolve the problem. But it does not. Of course, any of these factors may influence criminal behavior, but there is more to it than any one or combination of these factors. The bottom line is not one of focusing on a cure, but on caring for the person. Caring and meaningful relationship. Conventional imprisonment is not a caring environment in which offenders are nurtured and supported emotionally, morally, socially, spiritually, or psychologically. In fact, the conventional use of imprisonment is one of the most illogical approaches to criminality and the treatment of offenders. Think about it for a moment. Does it make any sense to confine an offender whose behavior demonstrates a pattern of bad moral choices in an environment that is populated entirely by people who also have a pattern of making bad moral choices? That is like treating a person with an infection by confining that person in a disease-ridden, infectious environment and expecting that person to be cured. The dominant moral influence in prison does not contribute to or support responsible moral behavior. Does it make any sense to confine an offender who has violated relationships and the trust of the community with other people in a prison society comprised of people with similar dispositions, especially in an environment of enforced separation from the normalizing community where the enforcers use coercive means of control? We know from global experience that imprisonment is often a breeding ground of hostility and violence between individuals and between the keepers and the kept. Does it make any sense to confine an offender who has exhibited antisocial behavior in an environment segregated from their family and community? This only drives social alienation ever deeper. Does it make any sense to confine an offender in an environment that deprives him of freedom and responsibility and decision-making and expect that person to return to the community better able to function in freedom, to be more responsible, and to make better decisions? I could go on to speak of prisons as a socio-economic, ecological disaster. Consider the collateral, relational, and social damage and the economic costs of imprisonment. Now, this is a U.S. statistic, but the United States, having one of the greatest prison populations, spends more money on corrections than almost any other country. The economic impact of keeping a person in prison is an average of $45,000, almost $46,000 per year. Overall, the U.S. spends over $80 billion on corrections and imprisonment. And this amount does not even reflect the true cost of imprisonment, which is the cost of the families, the cost to the families, to children, to the communities. And it is estimated that the overall cost of criminality, treatment of prisoners and imprisonment is over $1 trillion a year. Consider the social impact of imprisonment, broken families, and the negative intergenerational and cultural impact of imprisonment. Consider the personal impact on an individual who's incarcerated, the effects of institutionalization, stigmatization, contributing to their unemployability, unproductivity, homelessness, and alienation from the community, isolation. By now, you really are thinking that I am a prison abolitionist. I am not. But I am opposed to the overuse of prisons and the expectations that prisons, the way we conventionally do them, will work. It's not going to happen. But I know prisons can be done better. I have studied imprisonment all over the world, And while there are a few encouraging approaches in some countries, the only significant prison model I've come across is the APAC model that originated in Brazil. In APAC, prisoners are not even referred to as prisoners or offenders or as criminals. They are recuperandos, persons in recovery, socially, psychologically, morally, spiritually, physically, in a comprehensive and supportive environment of respect, dignity, responsibility, and a community in which relationships matter. I know you will be very interested to learn more about the APAC model. It is revolutionary. It is radical. It is courageous. And it is the only prison model that works consistently at a level that meets our expectations as to what should happen when criminal offenders are cared for, even though they are imprisoned.
No, myslím, že to, co říkal pan...
I believe what Mr. Nikkel said could be like a program declaration of our efforts for a different approach to imprisonment and other forms of punishment. Now we are going to see a movie called Unguarded. And I have to apologize to those who are watching us online, because this movie cannot be streamed for license reasons, so they won't be able to see it. So they can rejoin us at 1:30 in the afternoon. I would like to say that the journey of this movie was very complex. However, we managed to get it in time here in Prague. And you will surely be interested in knowing that the author and director of the movie, Ms. Simona Tavina, when she had an opportunity to get to know the system, she got so attracted to it. She decided to record the movie as a documentary, and she spent 5 years shooting it. So it's a document spreading over 5 years and will
Secretary. I apologize for telling you wrong time of continuation. The coffee break is ahead of us now, and we will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you.
Takže takhle dobrý. Víc nahlas, méně nahlas. Jak to je? Je to takhle v pořádku?
Dámy a pánové, zaujměte prosím svá místa v sále. Začínáme.
Tak, vážené dámy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our program. I hope that also those who watch us online got connected. Sorry for the incorrect piece of information about the time. But now it's time to listen to the best person as to the APAC system. It's Valdeci Ferreira, and he will tell you much more.
Bom dia.
Good morning. I'm very nervous. To start with, I would like to greet everybody who is here, who have come this morning, and I also want to cordially welcome all the officials, representatives of the state administration bodies like Gabriela Kabatova and our friends Markus, Tobias and Hans for being here with us. It makes me feel much safer seeing you here. I would like to congratulate on organizing this international conference, because I'm convinced that such meetings bring light into the shadows that last in the global system of prisons. And events like the one today can show new ways of light for the convicts, their families, and also for the prison service, and for the victims, and generally for the whole society. An event like this should take place much more frequently everywhere in the world, so that we can show new ways and new possibilities, so that we can drive away the shadows that that last in the prison system, that survive. I listened very carefully to the previous speakers here, and if I look at all the men and women present, I feel really small in your presence. And the reason why I feel this way is that the only thing that I managed to do in all my life was caring for prisoners, visiting them. And I also tried to save the lives that can be found in prisons. In November, it will be 40 years since I started devoting my life to this thing. I received this as in the same way as I received the cross of Jesus Christ. And I've experienced a lot in the last 40 years and gained a lot of experience. I had many students, so to speak, and I taught them that there is nothing more human than a crime. It can happen to any one of us. And then I also learned, after 13 years of working with convicts, I discovered that I did not know anything about them. And imagine that it took me 13 years to realize this. And now, after 40 years, I can say clearly that I still don't know much about the convicts. I'm a constant student of this discipline, because the only one who really knows this problematics is the one who is behind the bars. Only those people understand. Those who understand this issue or these topics is the one who, at the end of the day, lies down on a pillow and recaps what they experienced in the prison once they are released, and if they know what's ahead of them, what's expecting them. Only those understand the problems who every week have to say goodbye to their children, to the mother, to the wife. And these people do not know whether they will see their family again the next week. We have just surface knowledge, like me or Gabriela. We have some experience, rather theoretical ones, but we've never lost freedom. So it's so hard to imagine what happens in the soul and the heart of those who lost their freedom. I've been on the journey for many hours. I left Itaúna on Tuesday, that's the town where I live and work. I traveled to the airport, which is 13 hours of driving. Then I flew to Lisbon. The flight was delayed, so I missed the connection. So I was relocated to another flight, and I got stuck in Amsterdam. And only I could fly to Prague from Amsterdam, and I arrived at midnight. I was collected by Max, who speaks very good Portuguese. Or isn't it so? And I took this long and tiring journey for one reason, to tell you that I have nothing to teach you. It would be too proud to believe that I can teach you something. I came just to share my experience. And I would like to share, not only to share the experience, but also to learn from you. I have no doubts that you are doing a wonderful job here. Brazil today is experiencing a series of crises. Our country is experiencing a deep social crisis with thousands and thousands of people who are hungry, live in the streets, in the suburb areas, on the bridges. And we are experiencing a very deep economical crisis. We have a high unemployment rate. We are experiencing an endless political crisis of our leaders. We are experiencing a crisis of values. We are experiencing moments of utter intolerance, but most of all, we are experiencing a deep prison crisis. The system of prisons was extremely hit by the COVID pandemic in 2019. We lost thousands and thousands of people in our prisons. We lost our volunteers. We lost our recuperandos. We lost our guards. And a lady called Sokoru, who acts in that movie that we saw, she was a volunteer that I worked with for more than 30 years. And unfortunately, she was also killed by COVID. This film is actually a tribute to this woman and other women who go for this challenge and bring their hearts to people who no longer have a heart. This crisis of the prison system in Brazil is a serious one. The reason is that we have the third largest population of convicts in the world, following China. Currently, in Brazil, there are 12,700 prisoners living in different penitentiaries, having no support, no help. I dare to say that it's industry, a growing industry, the most growing industry in Brazil. Unfortunately, this prison industry grows faster than pharmaceutical industry or agriculture industry. And for many people and organizations, it is very attractive to keep the status quo in these prisons the way they are, or as they have been for centuries. There have been many people and organizations and also industries that benefited from the poor situation of the convicts. We in APAC actually flow against the stream by trying to say that this can be done differently, that we can leave the system that we had been running for centuries. This is like a vicious circle of imprisoning people and releasing them, and this circle is spinning faster and faster. We arrest many people in our country, not in the best possible way. Thousands and thousands of young people are imprisoned, even though frequently these are just poor people, frequently sentenced as drug dealers, but they are rather drug users. So we arrest many people, and the government is not preparing these people to return to the society. Once they leave the prison, they are worse than they were when they first got there. And it's the real vicious circle. You get in a prison, you don't have a job, you have no education, you are on drugs, no legal help, no health service, no psychologist or help of a psychologist, no personal care. Even their habits of eating are very poor. And these people, when they leave a prison, they are much more violent because they were left without any help. So the government arrests people, making them worse. And once they are worse than they were before, then they are returned to the society so that they can commit more crime. So the reoccurrence of crime is between 80 and 85%, unfortunately. And as if this wasn't enough, this situation in Brazilian prisons has worsened in the last 10 or 15 years because the criminal fraction started being organized, and they started being active in prisons. They practically own the governmental prisons in Brazil. And inside these prisons, they run their businesses with drugs. They send people from these prisons to kill other people, and they control the whole society or endanger the whole society this way. And as if this wasn't still enough, these fractions that are in control of the insides of prisons, they are also in control of the outside environment, which means suburbs and favelas in large cities. And what's even sadder, or more sad, that these fractions go exactly for that space that the government fails to occupy, because the government neglects the care for prisoners, and these fractions replace the government in its role and do it their own way, as their own business. And that's the reason why we are experiencing so much chaos in the Brazilian prisons, and we are heading for a collapse. I would like to believe, Tobias, that this situation is not just a clear situation in Brazil. They travel in different countries in Latin America and elsewhere, and it's clear that they have similar chaos in their prisons. If you look in African prisons, we also understand that the majority of African prisons experience the same drama when the convicts are just left on their own, and the same can be said about Asia. The system of prisons, the way it exists now, in the majority of the world, is a security, is a proof that there is something deeply wrong in our political or social arrangement or system, and it covers also the political, economic, and legal system. There is something really rotten inside. And we can say that even in our system of faith, there's something wrong. Today, a lot of people speak about public safety. Governmental institutions always say that we have to provide more public safety, but we are convinced that we cannot speak about public safety unless there is massive investments into the recuperation of convicts. If they leave the prisons being worse than they were first when they were convicted, they will also continue committing crimes and there will be more victims.
Eu quero acreditar que o maior problema das prisões não está dentro das prisões.
Nonetheless, I want to believe that the greatest problems of the prisons is not found within them. As you've seen in the video that we've screened, the greatest problems of prisons is found outside them. This problem is based in the majority of society that sees prisons as a room for revenge and not recuperation. It doesn't see them as an opportunity for life. A large portion of society is wrong and makes that mistake that by thinking that by locking up someone in prison solves the problem, and they forget that if someone serves time and then they are abandoned behind those bars, that they will come out better than when they enter. There is a preconception or prejudice. I don't know if it works here in the Czech Republic, but from what I've seen, this prejudice is very strong. It's rooted in our society, and that's the idea that the prisoner should suffer, that prisons should be a terrible place, that a good criminal is a dead criminal. That is a complete mistake, of course, that our society commits. St. Augustine has a very famous quote that says, "There is no sin committed by someone that couldn't be committed by someone else." And I'd like to paraphrase it, and I'd like to say that there is no evil that someone could commit that some other person couldn't commit. Therefore, there is no crime committed by one person that couldn't be committed by another person. Crime is very human thing to do. And all of us can succumb to it. It is a social problem. The roots of crime and violence are numerous. We would have to organize a whole conference to speak only about the roots of crime. But I can say that prisons are a truly social plague. It's an open wound, and society very often is afraid and doesn't want to see, doesn't want to touch this open wound. Therefore, on one hand, we have society that wants to keep itself as far as possible from prisons. Very often, we call for more and more prisons to be constructed, but we certainly do not want them to be anywhere near our address, anywhere near where we live. We want them somewhere else. So on one hand, we want prisons to be as far from society as possible, because a prison is a wound. And the system, in general, from what I've seen, besides a few exceptions, such as open prisons in some European countries, but in general, society has a system that doesn't enable people and civic society to enter prisons, and this very society doesn't want to enter prisons, which means that the abyss between the society and prisons is getting ever deeper. It's a huge distance that separates us from prisons, and it's very comfortable for society not to touch this wound, this open wound, because when you touch it, our own wounds, our own injuries are awakened, and maybe we might be reminded of the fact that the place where a prisoner is found is a place where we could find ourselves as well. Touching this wound means that we realize that we are human, we are vulnerable, and we are able to commit crimes or make mistakes. And yeah, why not say commit crimes? After this short introduction, we should realize that people who have committed a crime go to prison, and after some time, justice has been served. That person is convicted, and they serve 10 to 15 years. And after justice has been served, the problem has been solved. supposedly. But we understand that justice only happens when, after serving time, this person who was sentenced would also get a chance from society, a possibility to see and realize their own mistakes. They get a chance to discover their values and their potential, to be happy again and to make other people happy. When we look around, when we look at people with God's mercy, we see that this is no justice. There are many prisons where we can see that justice has been served, but there is no mercy. In this context, in which experience is born, and now I'm not nervous anymore. One more hour and I'll be completely fine. In this context, APAC was born, and I'm very happy when I heard people speak about APAC in England by Andy, for example. I remember he visited us. He visited our APAC Congress, and he saw our experience, and that took place in Brazil. But I would like to say, Gabriela, is that APAC is not a solution to violence and crime. APAC doesn't want to replace conventional prisons. APAC is not a franchise that could be used by millions. It's not a similar experience than a private prison, because that's a luxury. It's also about correction and healing lives. It's also not a ultimate model. It contains 51 years of studies and development. In order for us to behave differently towards prisoners than we behaved before, because it doesn't work, our reality has to change, or changed in the most recent years. Especially with new technology, our reality has changed, and we also have to change our paradigm. APAC is not a machine where you insert a prisoner and out comes an excellent human being. APAC cannot be founded by a decree or a law, just by deciding by decisions by various authorities. It is a result of an effort of many people who are aware of this problem and are willing to invest their efforts in it. I'd like to say that APAC is an alternative that works, nothing more. Very often, we simplify things. And it can work not only in Brazil, but in other countries too. This experience was created by a great person, Dr. Mario Ottoboni, who unfortunately isn't with us anymore. He has left us 4 years ago. He was a journalist and a barrister. He had a lot of experience in the Christian movement, and it was during his spiritual reflection where he decided to visit the state prison in São João de Campos, and when he visited it the first time, he found hundreds of young people who were just rotting behind bars there. And so he gathered a group of friends who were also Christians and who worked together. They wanted to help the prisoners materially, spiritually. And it was very empirical. They had great expectations. After several weeks, they decided to call this group. They called it APAC, which could be translated as love your neighbor, you will be loving Christ. Therefore, it had this spiritual dimension. During many years, they faced many challenges and problems doing their work in the prisons. Of course, people and staff in prisons didn't understand their mission. And at that time, there was a judge, Dr. Marcus Neto, who introduced them or who suggested that they start a foundation or an association that would become a legal entity. They took their usual abbreviation, APAC, but they renamed it the Association of Protection and Assistance to Convicts. Therefore, APAC is an NGO which was founded with 4 basic intentions: correct the prisoners, help society, help the victims, and spread restorative justice. Here you can see several photographs from prison from Dr. Mario Ottoboni, where he documented his activity. This is where he turned 74 when he founded this organization.
In 1986, I had my first experience with APAC. I was 21 at that time. Now I'm 61. I'm old and tired. And if you look at this photograph, that's when I was still handsome, nice, with hair on the top of my head. I practiced or studied to be a metal worker. Then I moved to Itaúna, the town of Itaúna, in order to work and make money and to be able to help with building the house of my parents. After 2 months in Itaúna, a group of young men invited me to a church and to visit a prison together with them. When I got there the first time in the Itaúna prison, I must admit, I was shocked. I was really touched seeing all those people inside. There was no space for the convicts to get better. And when they were visited by their families, there was a gap kept between them, so the parents couldn't embrace the children. The wife couldn't kiss the husband. There was a wall between them during the visits. There were children playing around, and youngsters that were really unhappy, having no hope for the future. Armed guards or police. After half an hour, I left. And I remember really well, I told God, that I originally had believed that I would find strong people in the prison, but what I've really found were the weakest youngsters, frustrated inside. The following day, I opened my Bible in the morning, and I saw a passage there. That's where God calls Moses to deliver the people of God who were enslaved in Egypt. So Moses called the people, and this was what God told him to do. I know that it's a very religious dimension what I'm presenting here, but this is what my experience was. That very morning, I found this passage in the Bible, this passage about Moses. I'm not calling myself a Moses, but I try to love. So I went to the prison again and visited different prisoners. They had nothing, so they asked me for slippers, for a shirt, for a pair of shoes, for medicine. They asked me for a toothpaste and many other things. And I could never leave the prison again. Yesterday, when I was waiting for hours and hours at the airport, I told God, this is not enough. It's been 40 years, which is a lot of time. Why do I have to go through such a long journey even today? Why to go for another conference? Why? Sometimes we feel tired. But I want to believe that until the last breath, I want my last breath to be to the benefit of this topic or this issue. So when I come to the Czech Republic, I'm bringing the voices of those thousands of people who are in different prisons in Brazil and abroad, everywhere in the world. So I'm bringing all this, all those feelings. I'm sure that I have no credit in this work. And just standing here at this conference with you, it's just because of the grace of God. And many times I wanted to quit. I wanted to give up. As I said it in the movie, the beginnings were really hard. It was very humiliating because the police did not understand my work. I had no relatives in the prison, so they said, why does this young guy goes to the prisons? He surely smuggles in some drugs. So the personal checks were very humiliating in my case, and the representatives of the government did not understand what my job was or my team's job was. And I was 17 times accused of different crimes. You wouldn't be able to think of all of the possible charges against me. I was said that I had collected money from prisoners to be able to fly in to different trips in the world, but the truth was that the first flight I took was to Argentina many years later. At that time I had just one bicycle, and someone stole it at the entrance to one of the prisons. I was threatened that for months they threatened me that they would kill me. But nobody and nothing could discourage me from this mission or idea. After 13 years of working in the prison in Itaúna, I already had a team. And you can see us on this picture when we opened what we call the Sun Court. It took us a long time to get the building material to be able to build a space where we could organize a mess and where the convicts could meet their families. And this is a photography from the grand opening of this court. After the mass, we left the court, and the convicts played football then in that space. And in the evening, 5 prisoners could climb on the top of each other and escape from the prison. That was the first time. That was the first time when I discovered how unthankful the convicts can be. That sometimes we are too high-minded, believing that the prisoners are angels and we should help them, and that's not the case. So after 13 years, I discovered the APAC method through a book of Dr. Maria. And 1 week after reading that book, I was in a prison in APAC prison, and I returned to Itaúna being convinced that Itaúna also needs its APAC prison. Previously, to speak about a prison where the prisoners would have the keys and there would be no guards, that was absolutely absurd. But how to persuade the society and mainly the judges to allow anything like that? So can you imagine how many conferences and talks and discussions we had to organize to get a piece of land from the town and to be able to build the first APAC building, and then we continued with another building and so on. I'm not going to speak more about the history because this is not the subject of our presentation here. However, I can say that the number of APAC prisons is growing. And with this mission to recover the convicts, to protect the society, to take care of the victims and to provide restorational justice. It's not a small task. It requires enormous efforts and a very large team to achieve these goals. Our philosophy could not be any other than to kill the criminal and save the person. Frequently, the system kills both the criminal, but also kills the human being. Kills what that person has as the values, the positive parts, and they sentence someone for 20 or 30 years of prison, and it's really like burying that person. And together with that person, you bury his or her dreams, the life plans. So our proposal is to kill the criminal, but to save the human being that exists inside the criminal. And for that person, we practice the APAC therapy. Today, my time is limited. There will be a little more time tomorrow, so I'll speak in more detail about the methodology, APAC methodology. And if I have some free time today, I can mention that as well. But tomorrow, we are going to talk about the 12 key elements that you can see on the screen at this moment. The family, the recovering of the person, legal help, health care, volunteer work, and all these elements that we apply in harmony. And thanks to that, we can see results. In the afternoon, we are with Tobias, Marcus, Hans, and others. We will see how parts of these 12 elements, how they can be applied in other countries, such as in Paraguay, Costa Rica, and others. The result of this activity of ours is a very positive outcome. The main result of our activities is the reduction of recidivism, because it's very high in Brazil, as I said, between 80 and 85%. And if we get down to 13.9%, it's wonderful. And if you look only at women, that the recidivism is 2.8%. A woman in prison is much more affected by the fact of imprisonment. And I can declare freely that women suffer much more in prisons than men, especially those who are mothers, those who are cut off their children. During the pandemics, I made the director of FEDAP, which is the Brazilian Brotherhood for the Support of the Convicts, which is, it's like a fellowship in prisons. FEDAC is like a federation of APACs. So it's an organization that supervises APACs, controls them, organizes them. And during the pandemics, I experienced the worst moment of my life together with the FEBAC director. I experienced terrible things or moments. Everyone who runs or leads a Christian organization or a business, or is just the head of the family. Every leader like that knows that they experience dreamless nights. We are just on our own, feeling alone, facing a decision that we have to make, and that will have its consequences in lives of many people. And the worst sleepless night was when I signed a declaration saying that starting next week, our recuperados will not be allowed to receive visitors from their family members due to the COVID.
During more than a year, our recuperados couldn't see their children, hug them, kiss them. It was very difficult. I think that all of us came out of it with bruises and injuries to our souls, and I think a lot of time will be required before these wounds are healed. I know that women are especially affected by this. We currently have 9 APACs, and we will be starting a campaign that focuses on them. We have made a documentary that has been filmed exclusively in female APACs in order to motivate society to have more APACs, especially more female APACs. Our costs are 1/3 when we compare them to the costs of the overall system. And that is exactly what the governments are interested in. We've managed to decrease the drastic costs of public funding. We do not have that many staff. APAC prisons are workplaces mostly for volunteers, and most of the work is done by the recuperants. They work in the bakeries, in the cafeterias, they take care of the security, they open and close the doors. We have doctors, dentists, professors, people who are retired, and people who help us in order to drastically decrease the costs. And thanks to this budget, we can use the funding well, and the funding that we save can be used to build schools and hospitals and other useful things. The support for APACs in Brazil is certainly thanks to this aspect of decreased costs. It does play an important role. When Simonetta made the film 3 years ago, I don't know if you understood, but it was about 50 APACs. During the pandemic, we managed to open new APACs, and today we have 68 APACs in Brazil. And we also have experiences of APAC prisons from 12 other countries. On top of that, we have 71 APACs that are being built somewhere. The building is being constructed, somewhere the system is being introduced. And it's a huge development because Brazil is a huge country, and sometimes things take a lot of time. When I come to Brazil and I travel to the state of Rondônia, and it'll probably take me more time than the time it took me to fly here. So things do take a lot of time. These are the Brazilian states where we have APACs that are in existence and then that are being built. Right now, we have 6,686 recuperants, of which 5,363 men and 531 women and 21 adolescents. This is our pilot project with adolescents aged 14 to 18. Imagine that for 25 years, we've only been working with men, and only then we started the female APAC, and 5 years later, we opened the first APAC for adolescents. And if you have adolescent children, then you know it's nothing easy. Because adolescents behave in a certain way. In 2 hours, they change their opinion. And you feel they're completely different people all of a sudden. Therefore, it's really complicated and it takes a lot of effort to adjust this method to adolescents. I went to this APAC. It's 600 kilometers away from my city. I tried to study and observe the youngsters in order to have enough experience to use it in further APACs. My last experience was that I asked the judge to stay inside this APAC for adolescents. The judge allowed me to do that. I entered with a suitcase. I was there with the youngsters. And I became their friend. And I will speak about that a bit later. I opened the suitcase and I asked them, what cannot stay here? And they said, the computer, shaving things, phone, no, charger, no. So I said, okay, please leave it in my suitcase. And I stayed in the APAC without these things, without a phone, without a notebook. And I just lived there with them in order to find out more about their psychology, the psychology of the adolescents who have committed a crime. And then I also went out into the courtyard to get a breath of fresh air, and one youngster came to sit down by me and talk to me. We spoke. He told me about him and his life, his dreams and problems. Then another one came, and there was a whole group, and I stayed there until midnight, and I listened to their hearts. Then I went to bed. I had cell number 2. And when I was locked in the cell, I saw all the youngsters, all the young men who were already asleep. And I admit that it was really difficult for me to sleep, because there were people who committed 2 murders, one who murdered their father, another sold drugs, etc. They were young, but their crimes were serious and very cruel. And all of them were sleeping, and I couldn't. And the cell was locked. I had no chance of escaping. And I remembered my father, who was telling me 22 years before that when we were children, he would be standing above us, holding his hands above us and praying for us. And this memory of my father gave me strength for that night. And so I went above each of those youngsters and put my hand over their heads and asked God to bless them, to help them find a new path in life, to live a different life. And after that, I was able to fall asleep. I'm saying this because this work of ours, you really have to come close to these people. You cannot just tell them, stop taking drugs, don't do this, don't do that. That's very easy. But our work is to go inside, to dive in with them in order to save them. These are photos from some of the APACs. This is the APAC in Itaúna that was founded with 100% funding coming from the community. You see all the facilities, and we really had to try hard to build this APAC. And this is the first female APAC in Itaúna. The male one was set up first, and the second one was female. This is the female APAC in Belo Horizonte. It was built again from funding by the community, and also with more funding provided by the authorities. And we were able to build this female APAC there. We were visited by a government official from Minas Gerais state. He asked us how we do it, that we take care of the APACs so much. And I said, we needed more APACs. And his government gave us some funding to start more APACs. And thanks to this funding from the government, we were able to build more. This is an old prison that wasn't functioning anymore, and it was turned into an APAC. We have APACs for 40, 80, or 60 people. Maximum is under 100. We are trying to make sure that there is individual approach. We call everyone by their name because it's important. When we call them by their name, there is their story, their life behind it. Also their memory, their history, their relations, and their dreams. This is an APAC that was opened relatively recently. It was meant to be a school originally, but it wasn't concluded, and it turned into an APAC. This is the APAC for adolescents that I mentioned. And it's really interesting to see when you come there and you see the adolescents with keys.
We opened a factory inside APAC in Itaúna. So now we have also this APAC for adolescents. If you go there or enter the premises, you can see that even adolescents can work. And it's people who committed crimes and now their hands do something meaningful. And that's a touching experience. This is one large male APAC. And this is a prison in Porto Alegre. And it's being in the process of being cancelled. Previously, it was used for those convicts who could work outside. And there were many industrial injuries, and for that reason, this prison was closed down. We managed to get a permit to transform these premises into an APAC prison. So you can see that the prison still partly operates the old way. So one side is occupied by our recuperandos of ACAP, and the other part of the premises is occupied by traditional style prisoners. It took us 50 years to persuade the offices or especially the federal government to help us to build additional APACs. At the end of the month, we are going to open a new APAC in this province of Rondônia. I spoke with the Minister of Justice, who visited our APAC together with 3 other ministers, and they promised to help us with building further APACs and also in other states of the Federation. So there's a lot of work in front of us. Outside Brazil, we are present in 12 countries. Some countries are more advanced, like Costa Rica or Italy, and Paraguay as well. And while in other countries, we are able to apply our methodology only partly. And we are just at the beginning in some countries. Outside Brazil, we don't have the same experience as in Brazil, where it is a shared space without any police control, like in Chile, where there is a very interesting experience when they apply the APAC method in 31 prisons throughout the country. So it's like pavilions or prison units in which they apply this method. These are pictures from Costa Rica. This is a German APAC. We have Tobias here, and he adopted part of the methodology and developed it into a more advanced experience, which is very interesting. It's worth learning. And it's working with the youngsters. And Tobias is going to share. This is from Paraguay. I would say that recently I experienced really strong emotions, because if you enter this prison, this is a prison with 1,000 convicts, and if you enter that building, you feel like you've entered a cemetery. There are young people, travestis people, some take drugs, they smoke dope, they take crack, some of them are semi-naked. You see a total abandonment. And I remember that walking through that prison, it was at the time of lunch, and the food was brought in those large trolleys, and the convicts came out of the cells with plastic bowls or various cans from cleaners, and they took portions of their food that did not look like food. And those who did not have any containers for the food, they just took food from wherever, ground or the container, and ate. And I saw a scene. It was like a scene of the prodigal son returning. This case when the son leaves the home, spends all the family money, and at the end, he's not, the only thing that is left for him is to live with the pigs. And while walking on the staircase of this pavilion, the stairs were painted white, and when I entered the pavilion, APAC pavilion, I entered light, hope. So the change when I entered the prison and then entered the APAC pavilion, that was a radical change. It's like going, climbing up the stairs from hell to heaven. And what is this heaven? That's the presence of love. And what is the hell? That's the certainty of denial or refusal. So that was very strong and emotional experience. This is in Chile. And this is the APAC, Brazilian fraternity of APAC. My friend Marcus visited this building last year, visited this fraternity, and that's our head or residence in Itaúna. I'm not going to talk about this very much. And this is our International Center for APAC Method Studies. I'm the head of this institution, which gathers scientists from the whole country. We have accommodation facilities. We have 120 scientists from different countries, different specializations, and they can do their master, write their thesis for their master degrees and PhD thesis and so on. And they get this chance of visiting APACs and to do their research in the field, which really contributes to the further development of our methodology or method. I can say that we suffered a lot, but God was very generous to us. In 2003, APAC won a prize in Itaúna. It was President Lula who shared the prize, and this is meeting the Pope, Francis or Francisco. So imagine, who am I to meet the Christ representative on the earth, someone who's on a completely different level. I'm just a person who trained a few convicts. In 2017, I got a prize for the social enterprise awards. That was in São Paulo. That was through a Swiss foundation, Schweibe. The same year, I also got a prize for the social enterprising in all Latin America. Obviously, these awards were handed over to me, but I'm just the person who is visible. But those who really got those prizes are those thousands of volunteers who work with us, and the prize should go to all of these. God knows the name of every single one of them, and He also knows how much work and efforts they invested in this. This is also recognition in an important magazine in Brazil. And this was the award handed over as part of the Globo Brazilian television. They present these prizes to various personalities that they consider important in Brazil. Each time I go to the prison, there is always a few prisoners who have seen these programs on the TV, and then they write me dozens and dozens of letters from them from all the country, where they write, well, we saw you on the TV. During the pandemics, during COVID, there were not enough face masks for our convicts when the pandemics broke out. So the female APACs started producing these face masks, making them from various types of fabrics. Then we were donated some textiles and we started sewing these face masks. We also got some financial contributions from different banks, and even some money from the EU. So we managed to sew 2.5 million face masks made in APACs and distributed among people that needed them, not only in prisons, obviously. Děkuji.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferreira. And I think that we can already look forward to the panel discussion and for his contribution tomorrow. So now we are going to take lunch break. I hope that I won't make another mistake in time. So we will meet here at 2 o'clock. So enjoy your meal.
Dámy a pánové, zaujměte prosím svá místa v sále, začínáme. Dámy a pánové, zaujměte prosím svá místa v sále, začínáme.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have spent a pleasant lunch break and drawn new strength for the afternoon program that will be equally interesting. Right now, we have something very, very interesting ahead of us, and that is a direct audio connection with Brazil, which should convince us again that our Earth is round and we share various problems together. The streaming will conclude at 3 p.m. After that, there will be a coffee break, and at 3:30, there will be a final panel discussion with the present experts. I will not keep you any longer because I'm sure you're looking forward to being in touch with our Brazilian colleagues. Good afternoon to all. My name is Ayuton, and at this moment I work as a member of the security service in APAC. And I've been taken captive 3 times for holding weapons. I've served time for 8 years and 8 months. Last August, it's been 14 years since I was in prison, which means that I haven't been free for 14 years. And that means I know very well the value of freedom. During these past years, I've lived with my fellow prisoners every day. And I have to say, I've listened to many stories. I've heard many stories of other prisoners about their broken families and their difficult lives. I think I had a calm childhood. I had a wonderful family, and at one point I made a wrong decision. I started living a bad life. I abused drugs. I committed crimes. And then in the year 2000, I was detained and arrested. When I was in prison, I was tortured. They behaved as if I were complete trash. They threw me into an overcrowded cell. And I have to say, it was no good behavior. After being in prison for 4 years, I got into an open cell. And I didn't realize it at that time. But I wasn't ready for it at all. I wasn't ready to resocialize. Until that time, I've been treated very badly. And when I got out, I committed more crimes. I attacked people. I stole using a motorbike. And during the time when I led this type of life, I was caught by the police. I stole a motorbike, and it had an alarm against stealing, and that's why the police started following me. I got rid of the motorbike, and I continued running, and I came to a wall. And instead of jumping over the wall, I tried to catch on, but I fell. And the policeman climbed onto the neighboring near walls and came to me. And I didn't really know what was happening, and I saw a lot of, or heard a lot of noise from the street and many cars. And at that time, I was serving time in a semi-open prison, and I was actually released for a walk, but after this, I was really shut in prison. And this was a decisive moment for me. When I was arrested, I had a helmet, and they asked me whether I was armed, and I said I was. And so I was lying on the ground. I surrendered. And even then, they shot at me 3 times. They shot me twice in the back and once in my chest. And I have to say, that at that time I thought of God and I really asked him to have mercy on me. And he made it happen that I'm still here today. And he enabled me to become a better person. He enabled me to work in APAC so that I would become a better person every day. And as I said, it will have been 14 years, 12 years since I left prison and 14 years since I've been working in APAC. I've been working in different APACs before. And I also worked for feedback. And in this APAC in Buenos Alegre, I've been working for 7 years now. I have to say that APACs are very important because I've been on the other side, and that's my value for working in APAC, because I know the language of those who are interned there. I can communicate with them. I can come closer to them with great understanding. In their everyday life, it's my mission, and I'm very grateful to God for giving me this opportunity, that I have the possibility to do this work. And this APAC where I'm working is a large one. There are 200 persons who are imprisoned here. And it's a place that enables me to be a better person in everyday life.
Positivo. Bom dia a todos.
Good afternoon for everyone. It's still morning in Brazil. To start with, I'd like to thank everybody for your interest in this topic and for focusing on this situation, focusing on people like me or Bruno, who's going to speak after me. Now we have an opportunity to become useful for the society, to be useful for our parents and our children, to be good husbands. So thank you for your time. I was born to an absolutely destabilized family where alcoholism and drugs abuse was established on a daily basis. We were 9 siblings, which means me and 8 of my brothers and sisters. And all of us from this biological family, including my parents actually, went through prisons in one way or another. So in some moment of their lives they violated the law and ended up in prison. But in my case, I got an opportunity to be adopted by a different family. An adoptive family which was much more stable psychologically and socially, providing me with a lot of love, care, education in sufficient way. These were people who created very good conditions for me. So I got all the good conditions to create opportunities for me. So during my childhood, even though I learned that I was adopted quite very early on, and it's never been a taboo, my adoptive parents never lied to me. They were always transparent. So I believed that I had overcome this fact, and I grew up with this mentality or idea that this wasn't a problem. But in my adolescent years, which is the time when all young people ask many questions and have problems in finding their way in the world, I went through a crisis. And at that time, I started abusing drugs and started being active in criminal activities. So I was arrested for selling drugs. At that time, I was a member of a gang, 34 people that dealt drugs. And when I was arrested, I was imprisoned in a conventional prison. And that's where I discovered how famous, in inverted commas, my family was. In the prison, you have access to criminal information, including really difficult crimes or those worst crimes. And that's where I found my inspiration to go for more crime, because that's where I learned that my family was deeply in crime, and I got worse. So, in a way, in spite of the dreadful situation in the prison, I felt like in a comfort zone, unlike my adoptive mother, who suffered enormously. And for that reason, I decided to apply to be transferred to APAC. Then I had a complication knowing that my biological father was also in prison, and he was also in APAC, and I did not want to share APAC with my biological father. My mother was in a weakened situation. She was too old. She couldn't come to visit the prison. So when I entered or joined APAC, I didn't expect much. But I believe that there is some sort of a higher being that exists, which placed me not only in the same APAC prison, but even in the same cell, which was a double cell. So I ended up on a bed above my father. So I ended up in the same cell with my father. And at the time, I did not know that that guy was my father. So I was asked to paint something on the wall. And my father had this initiative and walking with me every day, watching me painting the wall. And that way, we got an opportunity to spend a lot of time together. And he explained to me why I was adopted. And also understood why, in spite of the adoption, I went the path of crime. that I could not overcome the refusal, and that was the reason why I went this path of crime. And as we had this opportunity to speak a lot with each other, that actually cured me out of this this wound or injury that I wasn't able to overcome. And this also gave me an opportunity to think about different social questions. About how many people got affected by my crime and how many people are needed in order to rectify this. Now, I've been free for 11 years. I became an employee of APAC. And this is like my commitment. Even back in times I was in APAC as a prisoner, I made a decision that when I am released, I would become an employee of APAC, and I want to work to pay back for this opportunity and the care that I could receive. So that's the reason why until now I've been working for APAC, using every and all opportunity to be with the recuperandos and their families. And I'm really thankful for this opportunity that I got to change and to understand that the fact that I was adopted did not mean that my parents didn't want me, but it means that they did not had the conditions, financial, psychological, or social conditions to keep me. And that was a key moment for me, that it was not an act of refusal to giving me out to adoption, but it was an act of love on their side. And that they saw it as an opportunity for me to send me to better conditions, to a better family that they could have created for me. So, and that would be a more welcoming environment for me. I must say that one could say that God played tricks with me or played weird games with me, but it was really a great opportunity. And I would never be able to receive such an opportunity in a conventional prison. So I'm always really touched when I remember these experiences, and if I have to speak about them. So, as a matter of fact, I believe that I will always have these emotions. And it's really strong for me, and I'm really glad that there are people around who focus on creating these opportunities, and that the recuperandos can receive these opportunities to improve their lives and change their thinking and behavior. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos e a todas.
Hello to everybody. I'm Bruno. And I work with the APAC method and organization. But it's not always been this way. My father was a drug dealer. So when I was born, my parents divorced because my mother was afraid that if I grow up next to a drug dealer, it wouldn't work for me. But in spite of that, my childhood was really a happy one, and thanks to my mother, I never lacked anything. But there were different things that happened to me during my childhood. I started going out to the street to look for questions, and I also had questions at home. And instead of asking these questions back at home, I tried to find answers in the street. And the street taught me many things. Some of them were good, some of them not so good, and some of them were really bad. And none of these things in my age between 11 and 12, at that time I started smoking dope. And in the course of time, my addiction grew, and then it was a really serious addiction. I started stealing at home, and also I learned how to shoplift. Then I quit the school. And I, well, basically preferred spending time outside school. After 2 years, I got in a closer touch with criminality. I was introduced, someone introduced cocaine to me, and it was really hard period. At the time, I started basically attacking small shops, and cocaine was not that expensive, so I didn't have to do a big crime. But at the same time, cocaine did not satisfy me completely. And I realized one thing, that I fell in love with it. At that time, I discovered crack. Started taking it, and at that time I quit school completely. I broke up with my girlfriend that I had at the time. I left the family in a way because I spent nights outside taking drugs, and during the day I stole stuff in order to make money for drugs. And crack really changed everything in my life. And I was in love with crack. I lived only for crack. When sleeping, I was thinking about how I'm going to take the next dose. When I didn't feel fine, I took a dose and felt better. When I was sad, crack could heal this sadness. Crack was my real friend. The only thing that I was interested in was crack. I was no longer interested in girls or family, and it was worse and worse. I spent whole days without sleeping, eating, thinking only about crack. But at that time, I did not realize that I was destroying my own life. What I believed was partnership and love was slavery in reality. But I wasn't aware of this at that time. I still believed that Craig was my best friend. I thought about Craig day and night. Nothing else mattered to me. I had problems with some people and close people around me because of crack. And wherever I got, I had problems because of this crack. But when I did my sentence, or served my sentence, and was released, and I was with a woman for 4 years, But after that, I returned to crack. And obviously my wife was not too excited about that. I was hardly ever with her, so she broke up with me. At that time I blamed her, not realizing that I wasn't a good husband at all, because the only thing I was interested in was drugs. When she left me, I started abusing drugs more and more, because I felt that I had lost her. Even though with the course of time it was less and less important for me. And after some time, I remember attacking someone and winning a lot of crack because of this assault. So I just used crack for 4 or 5 days without sleeping or eating. And then it got me in a delirious state. If someone came to me, I heard voices in my head, and I felt paranoid. I felt weird. I was afraid of myself. And I also abused drugs at home, which was the first period of my life when I used drugs at home. I heard voices that sounded from the walls. And for several days, when without eating or sleeping, I got home. And I was really terrified. I had nobody in my life, only crack. Previously, I used to have people around who loved me, but I lost all of them. And when I got home, I took a glass of water and said to myself, this is going to be my weapon against crack. As I had no electricity in my home, I was sitting there in darkness in the kitchen. And I put a fire in the kitchen, and when it started burning, I remembered my mother. That was the worst day of my life. Because at that time, I lost even crack. The crack was no longer there with me. I was wounded, and I was betrayed by the one that had been with me all the time. And I realized that my mother had never left me, but I never followed her advice. On that day, I felt enormous emptiness, knowing that I harmed those who loved me. And the thing that I loved the most left me, that was crack. Crack abandoned me. I remember my mother asking me to leave the home because she knew that otherwise the police would come to arrest me. I agreed that I didn't want to be arrested, so I left the home, but then I went to report on myself because I believed that I deserved that punishment. So I got arrested, and I spent 1.5 years in a standard or conventional prison, and then I managed to get to APAC. But after 1.5 years, I never prayed. I thought that God had forgotten me. For 1.5 years, I did not turn to God. I was convinced that he had left me for the fact that I caused so much pain with the drugs. Then I was relocated to APAC, and on day one, they started reading all the convicts by names, and we started praying. And I was sure that I would make it there. The following day, we had a lecture on human dignity. I didn't want to listen to that. But there was a person who said one thing that really touched me inside. As he was talking, I remember our eyes meeting, and he said, "This is your last chance." I had never thought about having a last chance, so started thinking about what he just said. He was a very spiritual man, and he was calm, extremely calm. On that day, I realized that it was God who sent this person to me, which means God has never forgotten me. He sent this person to speak to me. And on that day, everything changed. Because there was someone who came to talk to me, who showed interest in me. And that's the reason why I started being curious and respecting the APAC method. It wasn't easy at all. I had to get up at 6 in the morning and go to bed at 10. And in those 6 years that I was serving my sentence, I regularly met my mother, who came to see me. Then I met a woman who was serving, doing her time in the female APAC. We agreed to marry each other. We married while being convicts, both of us. We both had handcuffs. Everybody was shocked by this, but this was a beginning for my new family. 1 year after that, my wife was released, and I had to serve 4 more years. Then I was released. I was still 1 year to serve, and my daughter was born. She got the same name as my mother. And on the day when she was born, I offered God that I would name her the same name as my mother. And I promised to God that the same way as I let my mother suffer, I will do my best so that my daughter can smile at the same way as my mother suffered. Then I worked as a security guard. And now it's going to be 10 years that I've been married. My daughter is 6 years old now. I have another daughter. She'll be 2. Her name is Manuela. And it's a great thing for me. I got this job in APAC, and I still really believe that there is no one who would be not recoverable. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you. And I hope that APACs will exist in as many countries as possible. Thank you very much.
Tak, přátelé.
difference. We've heard very honest and strong statements by former prisoners and APAC residents. In the remaining time, we have a chance to pose a question to any of them. Would anyone like to ask? I'd like to thank all the three gentlemen for connecting with us and speaking to us. It's very powerful that people from the other side of the world are willing to share their stories and share their lives with us. And so it's not really a question. I just want to express my thanks. I want to thank you very much as well. And I would like to ask the gentleman whether we could perhaps see the APAC a little, if it's possible. Thank you very much for connecting with us today. I have a more pragmatic question. I'm interested whether people who work for APAC have all of them the same experience of being former clients of APAC, of being recuperados.
Sim, a pergunta era se realmente todos na APAC se trabalham e também se nós poderíamos ver um pouco da APAC, como é que é o interior do prédio, quais são as instalações.
Hoje, de nós três, o Ailton trabalha na esposa
All of us are now working for APAC. Ayuta works as a security manager. It's a bit more complicated to show you APAC because we are all sitting around one notebook and we don't have a chance to show you what it looks like. I'll answer the other question. We had a bit of a problem understanding because of the sound. But it's true that many of the recuperados work for APAC or FIBAC, but not all of them are as excited for various reasons. Or they work elsewhere because they're not as convinced that they'd like to focus on working with the people who are working on resocializing after their release. Now I will leave you with my mobile phone and I will make a short video to show you what it looks like around here. Thank you so much. Greetings from Prague. I have a different question. The question is, what is the most difficult aspect in working for APAC for you?
As dificuldades são as seguintes, porque a gente trabalha em prol da recuperação.
We work in favor of recuperation, but we don't always reach our goals, which means that the difficulties are connected with the fact that if we have your expectations set too high, not everyone manages to really reach complete recuperation and correction. But we see it as a daily job and daily effort. Sometimes we are even criticized, which is something that may make our work a bit more difficult, but we still have to hold on to the hope and work every day, enter the lives of the recuperados every day and help them so that they would fill the empty space that they have in their lives. Sometimes it doesn't work for them. They are facing difficulties. And we must not ever give up. We have to support them and never fail them. So that's somewhat a difficulty, but it's not negative. Because people do make mistakes, and we have to help them and give them our help from the heart. I have a practical question, whether there's great interest among general prisoners in being sent to APAC, and if the interest is higher, then are there any conditions for prisoners to be transferred to APAC? Nowadays, Brazil has around 9,000 prisoners. And we have over 6,000 recuperados, which means that it is less than 1% of all those who are in APACs, which means that the interest in being transferred to APACs is much larger. All of those who are transferred to APAC are really privileged. They've been selected for this transfer. And our APAC here has a capacity of 200 people, whereas the local prison has 1,000 prisoners, which means there are many, many people who are dreaming of being transferred to APAC. And regarding the requirements, there are criteria that a prisoner has to fulfill. Because many prisoners from the conventional state prisons want to be transferred to APAC, we don't have such a capacity. which means the judge has a list of hundreds of people who have requested to be transferred to APAC, and the criteria are the following. The prisoner has to be interested, they have to write a letter to the judge, and then you have to find out whether there is an APAC that would be suitable, because it's important that it has to be accessible for their family. Then it also depends on the type of sentence and the status of the legal proceedings. The prisoner has to be already sentenced, and there has to be already a certain time that they've served in a conventional prison. May I ask, the one who decides who would be transferred to APAC is actually the judge? Yes, that's true. Because the prisoner who's interested in the transfer has to write a letter to the judge, and then they are looking to see whether there is a suitable APAC in the area somewhere nearby or somewhere where the prisoner could be transferred to. Hello, thank you very much for your sharing as well. I'd like to ask, you've mentioned that you're using a set of 12 elements in your program. I'd like to ask about the spiritual side of things. Do you just sort of work with the Holy Spirit, whether you pray together, whether you serve Mass? And then about the psychological side of things, what type of activities are included in this aspect? Yes, of the 12 elements, spirituality is very important. We don't want to transform the spirituality into religion, because spirituality for us means that the recuperado gets an introduction to a God who cares. So what's important for us, spirituality is important, but not religion. So if a recuperado comes to APAC, they are not obliged to be religious. Because we speak about God in general. And it's important for us so that they know that they have a chance to know God, feel and understand God, perceive Him as someone who loves them, who forgives their sins, who cares about them, who supports them. A God who understands all human things such as fear and sadness and other feelings, and that He's on our side. The recuperados have to deal with this aspect, and at the moment where they realize that there is a being that is supportive and helpful, then that's really important. But it's important that it's just an offer. It is not obligatory, and it does not concern any specific religion. Hello, I'd like to join all those thanking you for sharing your lives and changes in them with us. And I have a question. In the last shared story, you mentioned that the change came about that you were able to, when you were able to accept the change or the refusal that you had to work through with your father. Do you have an experience where the recuperados also have to overcome the feeling of a refusal that they've perhaps experienced before, and after they overcome it, then only then they have a chance to recuperate? Did you notice this as a more prevalent occurrence? Yes, that was Michael. Michael was in APAC with his father, not me. But you spoke about the refusal. When you arrive in APAC, you are received and you are hugged and you feel that you are accepted. So when I arrived in APAC, I was in charge of the keys. And I was very proud of that. Because I was given this opportunity. And I thought I could run away, but no one would ever trust me again. And although the employees in APAC didn't know me quite well, they still gave me, or they still trusted me enough to give me the keys. And in my previous life, everyone just refused me. Policemen, people around me, but these people trusted me. And I didn't want to disappoint their trust. And now Michael would say something about serving time with his father. Hello, you said that you worked as a security assistant. Could you perhaps tell us what is your job like and what is your relationship to the clients? In a regular prison, it's the authority that endorses or enforces various things, but it's different in APAC. And since I've been serving time myself, it was a completely different type of authority, or it is now for me. And so I can say that by having been a recuperado myself, it means that I have more independence or also natural respect from others. So time's running up, so now we have time for the last two questions, if there are any. Hello, greetings to Brazil. Thank you for your statements. I also go to prisons as a volunteer, and you have really motivated me in doing it further because it does make sense. I just want to ask about the daily program. And does it ever happen that people have to go back to a conventional prison for going against the rules, and what rules they would be? In APAC, we try to spend all of the time with the recuperandos and focus on them. Our daily routine tries to cover all aspects of human development and fill all of their time so that the recuperandos could recuperate and improve. We want them to professionalize so that they would be able to get a job, but we also provide them with psychological support, and we also help them to overcome their drug addiction. And that is why the daily routine in APACs is varied. People have individual needs. And so if each recuperando should not think about crime, and not get ideas of causing or committing any crime, we try to prevent idleness. And in case there is a recuperando who cannot fulfill this method or cannot harmonize themselves with this method, they can go back to the regular prison, or they can request to go back. At APAC, we have something that we call the human value, and the recuperandos are confronted with their past. So from 6 a.m. when they get up in the morning until 10 p.m., they have a full program with various possibilities, what they can do during the day. They learn things, they have various lectures, they work. They can also come together with women from the female APACs, and we also have Addicts Anonymous. There are various groups from the outside society that discuss various issues concerning the prisoner's time. We also try to help the recuperandos realize what they did. What's also important is that on Sundays there are family visits. Every Sunday it is possible to meet your family. And it's also important that it has to be in a dignified form. We have a large space dedicated for that. Because, of course, it's not a difficult situation only for the recuperandos, but also for the families. For example, when a mother comes there and she meets other mothers of other inmates, it is a certain form of consolation that they see others who are experiencing the same thing over there. So that's an important program on Sundays. So now we have to say muy obrigado, thank you so much to our Brazilian friends, and wish you all the best in both your work as well as your personal life, and thank you so much for talking with us today. At this point, we say goodbye to those who were connected via the stream, and we will reconvene in half an hour for the final discussion.